La Liga. The Serbian team is drawn, strangely enough, from 8 different leagues. 4 from Italy and 1 each from Germany, Austria, Greece, Poland, Netherlands, England and Spain. It's Marquinhos of Paris Saint-Germain. Alisson.
Brilliant turn of pace.
Sandro. These two did meet at the last World Cup. It was the final game of the group stage, a Brazil win which took them through at the top of the group and eliminated Serbia.
yards from his line. Really good anticipation. He's one of the Liverpool players this season who has had a good start to the season.
Long diagonal looking for Rafinha. Pavlovic heads it away. Brazil get a throw on the right-hand side. If Serbia do manage to beat Brazil tonight, it'll be the first opening game Brazil have lost at a World Cup since 1934.
I was going to say that.
First two World Cups.
Who was that against?
They lost their opening game each time against Yugoslavia, funnily enough, and then 1934 against Spain. Since then, unbeaten in 19 opening games, winning 16 of them. 20 minutes to go in the first half, and here's Vinicius Junior of Real Madrid just caressing a pass back to Thiago Silva. Brazilians, as ever, looking after the football. Danilo back to Marquinhos. First time ball finds Thiago Silva, controls it, plays it forward to Neymar. Neymar's allowed to turn, looks for a little bit of skill, stopped in his tracks. Tadic onto it for Serbia. He's lost it, so Brazil can start again from the halfway line. Paquetá picks up. Little spin and a pass from him to Danilo. Danilo, bit of space here in the inside right channel. Wide to Rafinha. And Rafinha plays back to Marquinhos. Cross to Casemiro, a little further forward.
Yeah, Alexandra and Danilo, more back supports. Backing Rafinha and Vinicius Junior up, not really getting on beyond them.
Nice crisp pass from Rafinha, played into Danilo, who's in a central midfield position. Thiago Silva looking for Vinicius Junior, goalkeeper quickly off his line, gets both hands to the ball, and then races out up to his feet and clears with his right foot.
That's top goalkeeping, it really is.
Brazil take the throw in quickly. Milenkovic in hard with the challenge on Vinicius Junior. Then he gives Neymar a shove. Then the referee eventually decides to give the free kick, and the Serbians aren't happy about it. Brazil 0, Serbia 0. That was great goalkeeping.
Yeah, but that's when Brazil look at their most dangerous. That's a couple of times now. Vinicius Junior has made that run. There's Thiago Silva with the slide rule pass, and Vinicius Junior in off the left-hand side between wing-back and centre-half. And Milinkovic-Savic off his line really quickly, and he throws himself, slides out and gets a big right hand, an enormous right hand on the ball, and pushes it away.
Free kick for Brazil, level with the edge of the Serbian penalty area, wide on the left-hand side. Neymar could be the one to strike it. In the game, in the group game in Russia 4.5 years ago, Thiago Silva actually got on the score sheet in the 2-0 win. It was the final group game that time. Neymar's face is wreathed in sweat, etched with concentration. Could be a curling ball from the left boot of Rafinha as well. Thiago Silva's in there, Richarlison's in there, Marquinhos is in there. Taken short, Neymar on the dribble, plays it to Rafinha, down by the byline, overhits the cross beyond everyone. He was at full stretch, and it's gone out for a throw into Serbia on the left.
Yeah, it wasn't a Brazilian-like cross, was it? I mean, I think Neymar had a little 2v1 from the free kick on that left-hand side, and Neymar had overweighted the pass to Rafinha, who then tried to stand up across from inside the box near the byline, and must have chipped that all of 40-50 yards, one bounce out for a throw-in to Serbia halfway inside their half.
Almost coming up to the half hour here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Brazil 0, Serbia 0. Martin Keown is sitting not too far away from us, former England international, working for BBC Television this evening. Chris, you were sort of getting into his ribs before the game, reminding him about a 3-1 Blackburn win against Arsenal, which he wasn't taking. He blamed Tony Adams, didn't he?
Tony Adams not here to defend himself.
Absolutely right.
Of course. That's what footballers do, Bruce.
I've discovered, Chris, sharing a flat with you.
Blame everybody else.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even had a bowl of... I cooked you steak last night. You finished up 2 helpings, steak, rice, broccoli and salad, and then you get straight up and you went and had a bowl of cornflakes.
Yeah, it wasn't... It was a measly steak, wasn't it?
Neymar.
3 mouthfuls, that was it.
Neymar plays wide to Vinicius Junior. Infield to Casemiro. Casemiro looking to loft one over the top. Tadic gets in the way and blocks it. The ball is back with Casemiro just inside the Serbian half. Goes for a similar pass. Rafinha might get on the end of this. Heads it across goal and then headed away and behind for a corner by Veljkovic.
Yeah, so we talked about the run from Vinicius Junior off that left-hand side. Likes to make that run inside the wing-back. The opposite side this time. Rafinha making a run behind the Serbian back line and heading a ball across, and Veljković did really well, actually. Read the situation well, took no chances, headed it behind.
Milinkovic-Savic being vociferous and forceful inside his 6-yard box. Corner comes in low to the near post. It was aimed for Richarlison. Last touch came off Mladenovic. It's gone behind for another corner. Rafinha will take. Vinicius Junior is lurking on the edge of the D if anything comes out there to try and hit the strike. Might go short here to Paquetá. Paquetá spotted an opportunity. Lovely back heel to Rafinha. Low cross. Oh, nearly connected with at the near post. In the end, it's in the arms of the goalkeeper, Milinkovic-Savic, and it was the 38-year-old Thiago Silva sliding in at the near post like a young Chris Sutton.
Yeah, he's having a good game, isn't he? The Serbian goalkeeper so far. Really good handling.
Great run here on the right by Zivkovic. Now that is a bit embarrassing. He did well initially. He's then lost it and thrown himself to the floor to try and win the free kick. Doesn't get the decision. Paquetá rolls a pass down the left. That's blocked. Goes out for a Brazilian throw.
He's holding his mouth. Zivkovic.
Come on. He's better than that, Chris.
Yeah, he is better than that.
Sorry to steal the catchphrase. Here's Vinicius Junior. I think the ball's gone out for a throw-in to Brazil on the left-hand side. Come on, Zivkovic. Get back in the game here. Your team needs you. Brazil 0. Serbia 0. Chris and Robbie back with 6:06, as I said, tomorrow night after England-USA. Our fourth of 4 more World Cup commentaries coming your way tomorrow. 10 o'clock Wales-Iran. 1 o'clock Qatar against Senegal in Group A. Netherlands-Ecuador. I've not got you for that one, Chris. I'm with Matt Upson for that one tomorrow at 4 o'clock. England-USA at 7. 5 Live, your World Cup station. Coverage of every single game on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 13 minutes remaining in the first half. Fascinating tussle here between South America and Europe, and Neymar's trying to be clever with a sort of nutmeg back heel on Tadic, and Tadic isn't having it, and Neymar's battling for the ball on the floor, and then Lukic goes sliding in on Alexandro, and Alexandro gives it a couple of tumbles, and the referee says get up, throw in Brazil.
Yeah, Neymar there trying to be a bit of a show pony. The crowd in the stadium enjoying that, trying to nutmeg one of the Serbian midfielders with a back heel, and the Serbians are saying we're not having that.
It's about entertainment though, Chris. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's about being effective, Bruce.
It is. Brazil with Danilo.
It's all right being pretty, you need the punch.
Finds Paquetá. Alexandro to Vinicius Junior. Will this be the Brazilian punch? Neymar with a flick. Couldn't find Vinicius Junior. Cross comes in. That one's headed away by Veljković. Ball bounces midway inside the Serbian half. Collected here by Marquinhos. Every single outfield player inside the Serbian half to our right at the moment. Neymar picks the ball up in space. First touch actually let him down. Then he goes tumbling. Gudel, no foul.
Just coming back at the moment, though, isn't it? The Serbians cannot get up the pitch.
I think Brazil sense it as well. They're pressing forward. Thiago Silva well forward in this attack. Richarlison, lovely layoff to the right. Danilo crossing to that penalty area, looking for Neymar. Cleared, first time. Mitrovic looks for a little layoff. Tadic heads it to his left. Alexandro read it well. Beats Mitrovic in the air. Nods it back into his own half.
The problem is when the ball goes up to Mitrovic, he's isolated. They need to get players in and around him for the knockdowns.
Well, the two tasked with that, Tadic and Milinkovic-Savic, who are kind of the two supporters, and then the wing-backs, obviously Zivkovic on the right, Mladenovic on the left. Now there's a lovely back heel again to Richarlison. Out wide to Rafinha. Rafinha on his left foot, 25 yards out. Paquetá, oh, back to Rafinha! Weak shot straight at the keeper. What a chance that was for Brazil, and Milinkovic-Savic breathes a sigh of relief.
What a pass it is, though. Back to Rafinha, and it's a really weak finish. Takes a brilliant first touch, and then on his favoured left foot, you're expecting the net to bulge. Hands on his head. It's with the inside of his left foot as well. He could just feed that into the far corner. It gets it horribly wrong. I think it comes more or less off his heel.
Yeah.
And it just trickles into the Serbian keeper's arms. That was the best chance of the game.
Just took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say that was the best chance of the game so far. Brazil 0, Serbia 0.
Was it Paquetá with the pass, was it? It's a wonderful pass.
I can't remember. That was
really wonderful pass
a minute ago. Richarlison battling for it here with Pavlovic. Serbia come out on top. Lukic forward to Gudel. Oh, nice touch from Tadic, edge of the area. Wants a free kick, doesn't get it. Rafinha with a little touch. Gudel in with the challenge, knocks the ball out of play. Brazilian throw on the right-hand side. Brazil, who've only lost 2 of 47 competitive internationals under the man in the light blue suit down there, Chiche. 1 against Belgium, World Cup quarter-final. Last time around, 1 against Argentina on home turf in the Maracanã in the Copa America final last year, which really will have hurt. Brazil 0, Serbia 0. Talking about light blue suits, there was a fella doing some television stuff ahead of the game in the most outrageously shocking pink suit at the start of this game. I mean, he looked $1 million, but couldn't see you in that, Chris. Pink suit, white trainers. He looked fantastic. And lovely rich golden tan as well. Nice ball out to the right-hand side for Zivkovic. Bit of space to bring it forward for Serbia. Up to the corner of the penalty area. Zivkovic gets the return pass. Now the cross comes in towards the far post. Mladenovic attacks it with the header. It's gone well wide. That's a goal kick for Brazil. We're into the last 10 minutes of the first half. Brazil 0, Serbia 0.
Yep. Better from the Serbians. It was an underlap, wasn't it, from Zivkovic? Put in a good crossing position, but with his weaker right foot, ballooned the cross really to the far post. You like balloon, don't you?
Yeah, we've got to cross that off the list now because we've used it. And now this falls for Tadic. 30 yards out, central position, lays it off to Zivkovic. Milinkovic-Savic wants it edge of the box. Zivkovic back to Gudel. Nice football from Serbia here. Can they pack a punch? Can they test Alisson? Could they find Mitrovic with something meaningful in the middle? Lukic. Just inside the Brazilian half, across to the left-sided centre-back, Pavlovic. Thought about rumbling forward there at speed and then stopped in his tracks and played it back to Veljkovic. Across to Milenkovic, into the feet of the central midfielder. Lukic starts to glide forward, trying to find Zivkovic on that right-hand side. Brazil are able to shepherd the ball out of play, but the throw-in goes Serbia's way.
They haven't really shown that belief, the Serbians, in the final third.
No.
That sharpness of passing.
Neymar was questioning that decision there, wasn't he? Almost giving it the, do you know who I am? And the assistant referee was having none of it. Throw in Serbia. Serbia have it inside their half. Brazil 0, Serbia 0, 5 Live and BBC Sounds. All the reaction, all the debate, all the analysis after another fascinating day of World Cup football here in Qatar. Available for you via the BBC Sounds app on the World Cup Daily podcast.
Yeah, Mitrovic giving Pavlovic a real blast there. He's not happy with that pass, but Mitrovic should have made the run in the channel and given him an option.
Casemiro just inside the Serbian half. Marquinhos comes forward, central position, finds Neymar, looks for the 1-2 with Paquetá, doesn't come off. Brazil get possession again. Here's Danilo to Neymar, who's got a real joyful bounce to his movement inside this stadium, enjoying the game, enjoying the show, enjoying being the centre of attention and trying to take Brazil to the Hex, as they call it. Brazil, the sixth, the Hex, 6th World Cup title. Marquinhos up towards the halfway line, stops dead, plays across to Thiago Silva. Guy with a giant aerial, TV aerial, has just walked in front of us. I hope they're not relying on him to provide footage around the world. That looks like one on my old TV set. Marquinhos. Brazil work it to the right. Rafinha, oh, nice pass. Through the legs of the defender. Paquetá, cross in towards Richarlison. Good defending at the near post. Prevents Richarlison getting the shot away. Serbia try and turn it into a counter-attack. Long stride of Milinkovic-Savic up towards the halfway line.
There you are. Tadic making the forward run, but no great pace. Where Serbia have been good, the 3 centre-halves. Defended crosses very, very well.
Yeah.
Like 3 doormen, aren't they, in a Belgrade nightclub.
Pavlovic in particular has that look about him. When I saw him close up in the tunnel, I thought, He looks tough.
They're saying to the Brazilians, you're not coming in.
Your name's not down, Neymar. Yeah, he's a rugged. He's the very definition of a rugged centre-back. Serbia have got some lovely footballers in this team as well. Gudel, across here to one of those bouncers. Pavlovic plays back to his goalkeeper, who could be another one, actually. Milinkovic-Savic, 6'8" tall. The only player taller than him at this World Cup we've seen, Andries Noppert, the Dutch goalkeeper.
The Dutch debutant, wasn't he?
Correct. Ball wide and played infield to Milinkovic-Savic. Gudel's just made a nice little run forward into space, collects it just outside the Brazilian area, lost it to Paquetá. Thiago Silva, pass up through the middle to Casemiro, quick ball over the top. Vinicius Junior is chasing that bouncing ball. All stretched there from Milinkovic, didn't get it. Vinicius Junior has missed. And it goes behind for a goal kick, hits it with his right foot on the half volley. He claims he should have had at least a corner, doesn't get the decision. And Milinkovic, who sort of, his clearance, I think, hit himself in the face, very nearly gave Vinicius Junior the chance. Oops.
It's a good shout, that. Milinkovic, it was a long diagonal ball. I think it was Casemiro, wasn't it? And as the ball bounces, Milinkovic gets there first, his outstretched right leg trying to hook the ball back over his shoulder. And all it does, it falls into the path of Vinicius Junior. But credit Milinkovic, he gets back and makes the block. It should have been a Brazilian corner.
Do you think so? I think he made the block and then Vinicius Junior got another touch. Cross comes in towards Mitrovic, just over his head. But I think Zivkovic might be able to keep this in if he can run at the speed of light. He got nowhere near it. That's gone out for a throw.
No, but nearly.
Misjudged the pace.
For Serbia, as Mitrovic catches Thiago Silva. It's a diagonal ball. Well, ball whipped in from the left-hand side and just over Mitrovic's head. His movement's very, very good. Peels away from Thiago Silva, tries to get out of his eye line.
Yeah.
And the cross comes in.
Oh, Neymar's down by the byline, got a shove in the back. He'll take that all day long. Silly challenge, really, because he was under pressure there, deep in his own left-back position, just waited for the contact from Zivkovic and wins the free kick. 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Can't see too much added time coming on at the end of the first half here, but, you know.
What's too much at this World Cup?
I know. Brazil 0.
Are we going to see another 0-0? How
Serbia
many 0-0s?
I've not added them all up, but there was Uruguay, South Korea today, which said on the BBC Sport website, a very entertaining nil. You can have entertaining 0-0s, Chris. Danilo, pass forward on the volley, intercepted by Gudel. Danilo gets another chance, thumps it away high in the sky. Header forward by Milinkovic. Pass is knocked out to the left, intercepted by Paquetá. Paquetá to Casemiro, on to Neymar. Neymar nods it down, keeps control. Chased by a whole horde of red-shirted Serbs and is able to hold them off and find Rafinha. Rafinha with a bit of skill on the right and then just let the ball get away from him, goes behind for a goal kick. He thought about hitting the cross and decided to go for one more cutback, couldn't control it.
Yeah, it was really clever the way he manoeuvred the ball at first. Shapes to go inside on his left foot, drags it on the outside of Pavlovic, but just overran it. You could see Neymar, close attention, drifts past 4 Serbians in the middle of the park and pop the ball out to that right-hand side.
75 goals for the Seleção Neymar. Pelé on 77. Will this World Cup be the time when Neymar gets there and possibly goes past? We saw Giroud do it the other night for France.
Talk of this being his last World Cup, it's now or never really for him, isn't it?
Well, I was thinking that going into this one, Chris, because Chicho has said that. Thiago Silva, it'll be the same for him. And the amount of players that are on the last dance here, honestly, that dance floor is absolutely rammed. Ronaldo, Messi, possibly Lewandowski. It'd be difficult to find room out there. Brazil have given the ball away. Tadic, nice little drag, keeps the ball under the studs of his left boot, wide to Zivkovic.
Got a few bodies in the box here.
Milinkovic-Savic looking for Tadic, was off balance, couldn't control it. Alisson picks it up. We've got a minute left of normal time in the first half. Very enjoyable game of football. We hope you're enjoying it with us wherever you are. On 5 Live and BBC Sounds, Neymar's on the move through that Serbian midfield. Can't find Rafinha with the pass. Serbia have cleared the danger for now. Brazil will go again with Danilo. Danilo to Casemiro. Across to Paquetá. Paquetá to Alexandro. Little layoff from Neymar. This time just decides to give it straight away and move off into space. Back it comes to Casemiro. Midway inside the Serbian half. Rafinha. Lovely bit of skill. Little shirt tug on him, not bothered. Shrugs off the defender, plays the ball across to the left. 1 minute of added time, I can't believe it. Alexandro wide to Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior, oh, very nearly slid one through to Neymar.
Brilliant from Gudel. Just making the interception. I think it's really interesting the way Brazil are playing, and they're looking for, in those wide areas, Rafinha or Vinicius Junior, in those duels to create something, produce a bit of magic. They're not the marauding Brazil, the overlaps, which we've seen in the past.
That is the difference, isn't it, Chris? And we were talking about this with Tim Vickery about, you know, the likes of Cafu and Roberto Carlos and Carlos Alberto.
Who would just fly as would get on, get crosses in, shots in.
Yeah. These fullbacks in this iteration of the Brazil
they're getting
team.
on a bit, but I mean that's no excuse. But as I said earlier, they're more back support, supporting the play, playing behind them.
Danilo is one of them, plays the ball across to Thiago Silva. 10 seconds remaining in this first half. Looks like we're going to go in goalless. Alexandro has the ball wide on the left. Brazil have had lots and lots of possession. Referee decides that is it for the first half, blows his whistle. And it's goalless. Chris, best chance of the game fell to Rafinha. It was brilliantly worked. He just didn't apply the finish. But Serbia have shown, as we knew, they've got enough to challenge Brazil here.
Yeah, they said before the game, this is a streetwise Serbian team. I think the three centre-halves have been absolutely brilliant. I've described them as three Belgradian doormen, and they've been pretty watertight. That one opportunity, the chance of the half, Rafinha showed a real lack of conviction, but that's been it for Brazil. They've got to show more in this second half, and I'm sure that Chiche, I mean, he'll be looking at his bench and thinking, are there enough players on my bench? And I think there are who can change this game, because it hasn't happened at this moment in time. For Serbia, they've really struggled to get up the pitch. They've lacked pace. Mitrovic and Tadic aren't speed merchants, but I think they'll go in at half-time. If this is the game plan, we're going to keep things nice and tight, and we're going to try and counter, or maybe pinch a goal off a set piece or whatever. I think it's gone okay for them.
So Kelly, to extend that rather tortuous analogy, the doorman doing a great job at the last dance. Brazil can't get onto the dance floor. Brazil 0, Serbia 0.
You're obsessed with the dance floor tonight. Somebody's going to have to take Alex Bruce Ball out dancing, and I think it might have to be you, Chris Sutton. Tim Vickery is with us. Tim Vickery is with us this evening as well, and we'll be back to the Sale Stadium with Ali and with Chris very shortly for the second half of that game. Tim, it feels as though Brazil are warming up into this World Cup, but the potential that's there for them to have a lot of fun on the pitch is there.
Yes, although I think there's been a lack of midfield elaboration. You know, I don't think the coach is entirely convinced by what they're doing. I spent a couple of hours with them just a few weeks ago, and they have it's called a technical commission. It's a group. It's the coach and all of his assistants, and they were remarkably open about this dilemma that they had: who to leave out. Should you leave out Fred, or should you leave out Vinicius Junior? They've gone with the ultra attacking. I really don't think the coach believes in this 100%. I think he has doubts about this. I think he's given, or the majority have been against him, so he's gone along with it. Yesterday I was intrigued by something that he said in a press conference. He said you win and lose games in midfield, and I wonder if that's a message to his colleagues on his coaching staff as much as anyone else, because I think that there's a lack of elaboration. As you saw, the first half hour, Paquetá and Neymar are too far apart. They had a little reorganisation, and they moved it from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-1-3. Paquetá over to the other side of the field, the left, closer to Neymar, to try and have more elaboration. But I get the impression that the coach he selected a side. Now, it's the first game, so you've got some margin for error. But he's selected a side in which there are members of his coaching staff who believe in this lineup more than he does.
And there are coaches who've done this before. They've called players into squads, they've started players maybe in friendlies, and this, as the opening match of the World Cup, is a step up from that, but it's still, you know, as you say, the opening match of the tournament for Brazil. And they do it sometimes to make a point, to say, look, I've tried what you've told me, I've told you it doesn't work, and now you can see for yourself it doesn't work. It might well be that there's going to be changes in the second half, and it could be different for the rest of the tournament going forward.
Yes. Originally, you know, the coach was against the idea of a centre-forward. He wanted to play with two open wingers and Neymar as a false nine. And he was outvoted on that one. The problem that they've had is a problem getting Richarlison into the game. That's been much easier for them in the easier games. In this game, where those doormen have been standing outside saying your name's not on the list, you can't get in, it's been much harder for them to get Richarlison into the game. So, now Gabriel Jesus is a player who offers more in terms of elaboration than Richarlison does. Richarlison is there as a penalty area specialist to do nothing else but to look at the goal like a racehorse with blinkers and bang. That's what he is. They know that's what he is. That's what he does. But they haven't been able to get him in the game. If you're looking for more elaboration, well, Gabriel Jesus, he hasn't really been in the picture recently, but he is a centre-forward who gives you a little bit more, an extra man in a circuit of passing on the edge of the area. That's one possible change. The World Cup, you know, it's like time speeded up, isn't it? Sides can suddenly come together, or they can suddenly fall apart. And if Brazil go all the way, I doubt that the 11 that start the competition will be the 11 that finish it.
And we need to remember, Tim, that the build-up to this has been quite disrupted for Brazil.
Well, it's certainly been disruptive.
Or been patchy, rather, yeah.
Yeah, it's been disruptive or patchy in political terms. I think the coach hated the idea that Neymar came out and said he would dedicate the first goal he scored in a competition to Bolsonaro. And how can the team then say that football and politics don't mix? You know, the star player there is making a point of mixing them. But the idea is to isolate the team from all of that. And the main thing is to put that sixth star on the shirt, as Neymar already did on his shorts and got accused of arrogance by the German press. But if you're going to put a six star on, you've got to have 5 first, and Brazil have that 5 first. I think that gives them every right to be arrogant.
Absolutely. There is a Manchester United fan saying not arrogant, just better, and Brazil are just successful at the World Cup. They do have those 5 stars. They're looking for a 6th. Finding it a bit difficult to get through past Serbia in the first half this evening at the Lusail Stadium. Thank you very much to Tim Vickery for now. We'll be back there for second half commentary very shortly as that gets underway. But it's goalless between Brazil and Serbia at half-time in this game. We're going to look back on Portugal's game against Ghana earlier on after the BBC News with Richard Foster.
Take the World Cup with you. Qatar 2022.
On BBC Sounds, this is BBC Radio 5 Live.
A child safeguarding board has apologised for failures in the case of a 5-year-old boy murdered by relatives in Bridgend. A review into Logan Mwangi's death found hospital doctors failed to report injuries he suffered months before he died, including a broken arm. A man has been charged with the murder of a woman and 2 children after a fire at their flat in Nottingham. Fatoumata Haidara and her daughters Fatima and Naima all died from smoke inhalation. Jamie Barrow, who's 31, is due in court tomorrow. A child thought to be 6 years old has died and another has been taken to hospital after a bacteria outbreak at a primary school in Surrey. It's believed both children caught an infection on Tuesday. All pupils and staff there have been given antibiotics. A Metropolitan Police officer previously accused of 44 sex offences has now been charged with another 9 against one person. David Carrick, who's 47, faces 53 charges against 13 complainants. And 500,000 more people came to the UK than left in the year to June, the highest number on record. The Office for National Statistics says it's probably down to more students arriving and refugees coming over from Afghanistan and Ukraine.
For 7 decades,
Thousands of songs.
have soundtracked the lives of generations of us.
But there's only ever been
One official countdown.
marking the 70th birthday of the UK's official singles chart.
We're playing the most streamed number ones.
From 1952 to 2022.
That's 7 playlists bursting with hits.
Compiled by the official charts company exclusively for BBC Sounds.
The UK's official most streamed songs.
To listen, open BBC Sounds, tap music.
And play most streamed chart. BBC 5 Live.
The FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 with Kelly Cates.
And we'll be back to the Live Stadium very shortly for the second half of Brazil against Serbia. As Brazil get their World Cup campaign underway, they've got 5 stars on their shirt. They're looking for a 6th at the moment. It's goalless between Brazil and Serbia. Earlier today, Portugal started off their World Cup World Cup campaign with a 3-2 win over Ghana. Let's remind ourselves of the goals, and we'll start with a penalty from the star man for Portugal.
He's looking towards his left. He now begins a stuttering run-up. Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't miss. Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't miss. He runs away. There is the trademark celebration. The boom echoes around Stadium 974. This is with João Felix. What a finish that was from João Felix. João Felix with a composed finish, clips it past the goalkeeper. And Portugal are back in front. Bruno Fernandes, and the ball comes in, and Portugal just bagged another one. Portugal, through Rafael Leão, first time finish right-footed, guides the ball into that far right-hand side to score his first goal for his country.
So it was nervy at the end for Portugal. Ghana with a really good chance to try and win it after an error from Costa in the Portugal goal. Bernardo Silva summed it up.
Very happy, difficult game as we expected. Two different halves. First one we controlled better the game in terms of the possession. Maybe we weren't aggressive enough. Second half we scored the first one. Then when we conceded the goal, the game started being a bit weird in terms of before it was like a more controlled game, and then it started like a transition game for both teams, which ended up being a good thing for us because with our strikers running, we scored 2 goals that way. But yeah, happy at the end.
It was a little bit closer than it should have been. Is that fair to say?
At the end, it was a bit difficult for us, especially outside. I was very nervous, but 3 points and a very good way to start this competition.
And just what's this World Cup been like? Everything going on, but just as the tournament, the first week, you're glad you got the game out of the way, and now you just concentrate on the football because you're going to be one of the favourites, aren't you?
Well, I hope so. Not one of the favourites, but one of the teams that have a lot of ambition to go far and to try and win it. Yeah, very good to start well with a win. Very happy to get the 3 points, knowing that sometimes you get surprised in these competitions, like we saw with some teams in those first games.
That was Bernardo Silva with George Cummings, and of course it was all about the team performers, but Ronaldo making headlines once again. He got the opening goal in the game from the penalty spot, and he's become the first man to score at 5 World Cups. He scored at Germany in 2006, in South Africa 2010, Brazil 2014, Russia 2018, and now at Qatar 2022. Only 4 players have scored in 4 World Cups, which was his previous record. Pele did it, Uvie Seler did it, Miroslav Klose did it, and Lionel Messi, of course, with 4. He missed out on South Africa in 2010. Stuff in recent weeks, but Ruben Neves paid tribute to Cristiano Ronaldo after the match.
It's Cristiano. Everyone knows him. The best player in the world. He's really motivated, like he said on his interview as well 2 days ago, I think. He's really motivated. He's really focused on the national team, and we are very lucky to have him with us because he still can help us a lot.
That was Ruben Neves on Cristiano Ronaldo, and on Sports Extra right now you can listen to the action from the Women's Super League. It's Reading 1, Liverpool 1 at half-time. Just taking another step away from the World Cup, there's a new episode of the Rugby Union Weekly. It previews the final weekend of autumn matches. It's available now, and for a taster, the team chatted to Eddie Jones about his team selection.
The concept of the bomb squad is definitely something we want to experiment with. Yeah, can we bring a more powerful front row on in the second half? And you look at the guys we've got there, Genge, Luke Cowan, Dickey and Will Stewart. Like, that's a powerful front row. And whether they can really add to the game in the second half. And the second thing, obviously, the Springboks bring on their best scrummaging front row in the second half.
Remember, that is Rugby Union Weekly, and it is back and available via BBC Sounds. That, of course, is where you can get the World Cup Daily as well, where we wrap up everything to do with the World Cup, and you can get that, as it suggests, every morning in your inbox for the journey into work. At the moment, we're focusing on Brazil against Serbia from the Lusail Stadium. It's goalless at half-time. We will be back there very shortly for the second half. Tomorrow is a huge day for the home nations. It's topped and tailed by Wales and England. 10 o'clock in the morning for Wales against Iran. This is a game that Wales realistically have to win. There's been a big event in Doha here today, trying to create support for the Qatar national side. They're up against Senegal tomorrow. That's
1-2 with Lucas Paqueta. Finney's shot, though, was comfortably saved by Milenkovic-Savic. Serbia, they have not created any opportunity of note. Half-time, and it is goalless between Brazil and Serbia. The Brazil have had the vast majority of the opportunities. In fact, all of them. The closest they came was when a clearance by the Serbian defender Milenkovic hit his own face, fell to Vinicius Junior, but his effort was scuffed quite comfortably wide of the mark. They also had an opportunity with Rafinha playing a 1-2 with Lucas Paqueta. Finney's shot, though, was comfortably saved by Milenkovic-Savic. Serbia, they have not created any opportunity of note. Half-time, and it is goalless between Brazil and Serbia. The Brazil have had the vast majority of the opportunities. In fact, all of them. The closest they came was when a clearance by the Serbian defender Milenkovic hit his own face, fell to Vinicius Junior, but his effort was scuffed quite comfortably wide of the mark. They also had an opportunity with Rafinha playing a 1-2 with Lucas Paqueta. Finney's shot, though, was comfortably saved by Milenkovic-Savic. Serbia, they have not created any opportunity of note. Half-time, and it is goalless between Brazil and Serbia. The Brazil have had the vast majority of the opportunities. In fact, all of them was when a clearance by the Serbian defender Milenkovic hit his own face, fell to Vinicius Junior, but his effort was scuffed quite comfortably wide of the mark. They also had an opportunity with Rafinha playing a 1-2 with Lucas Paqueta. Finney's shot, though, was comfortably saved by Milenkovic-Savic. Serbia, they have not created any opportunity of note. Half-time, and it is goalless between Brazil and Serbia. The Brazil have had the vast majority of the opportunities. In fact, all of them. The closest they came was when a clearance by the Serbian defender Milenkovic hit his own face, fell to Vinicius Junior, but his effort was scuffed quite comfortably wide of the mark. They also had an opportunity with Rafinha playing a 1-2 with Lucas Paqueta. Finney's shot, though, was comfortably saved by Milenkovic-Savic. Serbia, they have not created any opportunity of note. Half-time, and it is goalless between Brazil and Serbia. The Brazil have had the vast majority of the opportunities. In fact, all of them. The closest they came was when a clearance by the Serbian defender Milenkovic hit his own face, fell to Vinicius Junior, but his effort was scuffed quite comfortably wide of the mark. They also had an opportunity with Rafinha playing a 1-2 with Lucas Paqueta. Finney's shot, though, was comfortably saved by Milenkovic-Savic. Serbia, they have not created any opportunity of note. Half-time, and it is goalless between Brazil and Serbia. The Brazil have had the vast majority of the opportunities.
Leave that there because we're back underway for the second half of this World Cup encounter between Brazil and Serbia. Goalless after the first period of 45 minutes. No chances of note for Serbia, only a handful for Brazil. Should they be 1-0 up at this point from the clear-cut chance that they created with the form of Rafinha, or do you think 0-0 is a fair scoreline?
I think 0-0 is a fair scoreline, but Rafinha is in one-on-one already, 35 seconds in. And if they shouldn't have been 1-0 up in the first half, they should be now. What a glorious opportunity for Rafinha. Full credit to Milenkovic-Savic there, because it was the mistake from his own defender and his alertness to just rush out and close down the gap and get that save from the Barcelona winger. That's the best chance of the game right there.
Almost commentators curse immediately from speaking. But Rafinha's shot was well saved by the goalkeeper, but he's got to be finishing that, if we're being honest. There's been no changes by the looks of things for this second half. So it's as we were for Brazil. It's Alisson in goal, Danilo, Silva, Marquinhos and Sandro in the defence, Casemiro, Paqueta, Neymar in the midfield, Rafinha, Richarlison and Vinicius up top. For Serbia, Milenkovic-Savic in goal, Pavlovic, Veljkovic and Milenkovic the back three, Mladenovic, Gudelj, Lukic and Zivkovic the midfield, with Tadic, Milenkovic-Savic and Mitrovic up top. And the only yellow card is for Serbia as well, in the form of Pavlovic. Here's Brazil in possession, Casemiro trying to set off Rafinha, intercepted by Pavlovic, back towards Milenkovic-Savic, who makes the lofted clearance. One in the air by Casemiro. Now breaking forward is Zivkovic. Milinkovic-Savic's pass is blocked by Marquinhos. Now Richarlison, somewhat isolated, will try and get away from Pavlovic. Has Neymar in support. Clearance is made. Richarlison falls into Milinkovic. No foul. Serbia will continue playing a crossfield pass towards Zivkovic. Knockdown finds Tadic. Richarlison slowly getting up to his feet. Tadic does well to hold on to possession. Plays it down the line, can't find a man in red, and goes straight back to Brazil with Casemiro. And well, the moment they lose possession, Brazil, they just swarm the Serbian midfield and make it so difficult for the creativity of Tadic to actually do anything there.
It's very impressive. But the thing I was just frustrated at there then was actually when Brazil gave the ball away at the feet of Richarlison. He should have laid that off to Vinicius on the left-hand side before his last touch. And then he shouldn't go down anyway because there was no contact. I think he realised that the mistake was made. He should have given it to Vinicius, and then he was just trying to earn a free kick in the process.
Alexandro finding Paqueta, trying to scrum it out towards Neymar, intercepted. Tadic, that's a lovely skill to find Mitrovic. Is he able to hold on to it? He is. Fantastic play by Mitrovic to set off Zivkovic on the right-hand side. He'll be watched well by Alexandro. Zivkovic uses quick feet, then gets it stuck inside his feet. He does well to find Milinkovic-Savic. He then loses out. It was actually Lukic, sorry. Now an opportunity here for Brazil with Neymar to come forward. Ooh. He's been scythed down by Guedelj. That is going to be a free kick on the edge of the area and a yellow card to Guedelj as well. And that is probably the most obvious yellow card that you will ever see.
Oh, without a doubt, Will. I mean, he knows he has to make the challenge. Of course, he's not going to have any protests. But even more so because he knows he has to get that challenge in before Neymar gets into the penalty area. Yeah. Of course, a free kick's obviously going to be bought instead of a penalty in the eyes of Serbia. But yeah, we're just seeing it. Wait, after just mentioning Guedelj for committing that foul and getting a yellow card, it was actually him that gave that ball away in the first minute of this second half. Rafinha does well to dispossess him in such a dangerous area. Milinkovic-Savic just sticks out his left leg with his thigh that clears it away from danger. So in the space of 3 minutes, it's been a poor old second half for Guedelj. Yellow card now, and even worse if one of many set-piece talents in Brazil's ranks can punish them.
Yeah, free kick, probably around 20, 25 yards. It's left of centre. Only two players standing over it in the form of Rafinha and Neymar. You'd imagine Neymar's going to want to take this and try and open up his country's account for this campaign of the World Cup. Camera focuses in on him. Looks like it's a four-man wall for Serbia with a player lying down behind as we await Alireza Fagani to give the all clear for this free kick. Big opportunity for Brazil. Blows his whistle. I think he's actually asking Paqueta and Casemiro to come a little bit further forward as the sweat runs down the forehead of Neymar. Whistle goes, it is Neymar, it's over the wall, but it's an important flick away, I think, by Alexander Mitrovic, who's being congratulated by his teammates, and it's, well defended in the end.
It is. I think it's a combination of him and Milinkovic-Savic, of course, two of the three attackers in the lineup, but they're always going to come back and defend such a dangerous scenario like that. Tall men in the wall, doing their job, they jump as well. It's difficult for Neymar to get it up and over and under the crossbar.
Corner kick into the area, forced to Richarlison. Can get a shot away, blocked well by Milenkovic. There's a couple of men down for Brazil and Serbia. The clearance is eventually out of play for a throw-in. They're not going to be able to take it. I think it's Milinkovic-Savic who's down on the deck, and well, it's nothing to do with any collision with the player. I think it's just because Thiago Silva's header goes square into the throat. So I think it's just being a little bit winded, and he'll definitely be okay to continue, but it's going to be a sore one all the same.
Oh, it will. It's almost like he's just got a cheap shot to the jaw, really.
Yeah.
He's up on his feet now. It's more the shock more than anything, I suppose. You just saw the replay then. It wasn't Milinkovic-Savic. It was Milenkovic, the number 4 of Serbia, that got the vital touch in the end. And yet, the number 20 of Serbia, he's holding on to his throat. It'll have winded him almost, but he's back on the feet. It's a throw-in for Brazil, still inside Serbian territory. But it's a very positive start from Brazil. Of course, we said that Serbia didn't create anything in the first 45. And from what we've seen so far in this period, it's still all Brazil.
It is still all Brazil, with Marquinhos finding the right-hand side in the form of Alexandro. Now once again with the crossfield pass intending for Vinicius Jr. Did well to utilise his strength, goes down rather cheaply. Won't win the free kick. It will be a throw-in for Serbia on that left-hand side. Vinicius immediately back onto his feet. We're seeing a replay here. I mean, yes, there's a clip of the heels, but he makes a very big meal of it, it must be said, as the clearance is made by Zivkovic. Gudelj will try and get the flick on. Falls to Richarlison now with Paqueta. Over towards Rafinha. Opportunity for Brazil. Rafinha has a vital sliding tackle by the already booked Pavlovic. Timed it to perfection. If he mistimes that, not only will it be a penalty, surely he would have been sent off.
That's crucial. And we said when he got his yellow card that he needs to be careful not making tactical fouls. He has to make that challenge to get the block in. Rafinha's had so much, we said it after minute 1 really, he had so much space on that far side. What a block in from, a tackle from Pavlovic in the end, on a yellow card, as you say. Would have been double trouble for them if he mistimed it, going down to 10 men and having to face a penalty. But the brilliant defending, brilliant. And even more concerned now, it looks like he's on his feet, Paqueta, but he seemed in a bit of pain as well.
Yeah, but from what I saw from that image, well, at least the replay of his skill that caused the injury to his lower back, he seemed to hold his lower back after having his shirt pulled. So I hardly doubt a pulled shirt would cause that much damage, but he is okay to continue as Mitrovic tries to hold off Thiago Silva. Great play by the veteran defender, the Brazilian captain, and Vinicius does really well to ride the tackle of Milenkovic and break forward. Here's Vinicius Junior, well tackled by Zivkovic. He still holds on to it, but it's a dangerous ball in. A vital flick away by Pavlovic, falls to Alexandro, poor clearance, and then it falls kindly to Zivkovic, and he'll look to maraud forward for Serbia, but then he runs into traffic, and once again Thiago Silva's there to mop up, and Brazil just beginning to turn the screw on Serbia.
And it's all down to Vinicius Junior there. When he rides the first challenge, that's the most impressive. He's right on the touchline and somehow keeps the ball in and gets past Zivkovic. Then again at the second time of asking, gets the ball in. I think Neymar absolutely throws himself to the ball. One out of desperation, Nathan. He wasn't ever going to get onto it, but full marks for trying at least. But it's relentless now from Brazil. They've got a bit more lease for life attacking wise, and it just seems there's a bit more space given up by the Serbian backline.
Yes, definitely so. One question I sort of want to put over to you, Ben. For example, in the Euros, we've had a few shock winners before, the likes of Denmark in '92 and, of course, the famous one of Greece in 2004. The World Cup never really looks to offer that sort of shock from a winner perspective. Maybe we got close in the last edition with Croatia getting all the way to the final, then beaten by France, so I think everyone can agree were deserving winners in the end. They were fantastic throughout the tournament. Is this a tournament that we could see one of those shocks finally come to fruition?
It's difficult, isn't it, Will? I'll just break off because Vinicius Junior gets the ball into the box. Looking for Neymar. First time strike. It's not the cleanest of hits. It was sort of behind him, the ball from Vinicius, so he's had to lean back, which always is going to mean it's difficult to get it on target. Goes wide of the mark. About the World Cup, I think, well, obviously, when you compare it to the Euros, of course, this is the culmination of every federation, every continent coming in. So you're going to get the best teams of other continents as well competing. I think the best thing about the World Cup is that when you win it, it really does mean you are the very best. And always full credit to Greece and Denmark and the like when they win the Euros, and they will be, by title, the best team in Europe. But will they have ever been the best team in Europe? The credit to the World Cup is that if you do win the tournament, I think you really are considered to be the best of the best. And that's the beauty of it, really. I mean, in an infinite sense, we might absolutely be guaranteed an underdog winner at some point. We've seen certainly some shocks in this World Cup already, which, rather than showing there are teams that can go far in the competition, I think it's showing that the big teams are really prone to having this shock and sort of a panic about them and a surprise defeat. But in that regard, that surely means then that there'll be more surprises along the way. And if the big teams sort of just freeze up in games like this, like Argentina did against Saudi Arabia, like Germany did against Japan, who's to say there won't be teams that go far?
Well, we have a free kick for Brazil in this one, with Lukic just going a little bit late on Neymar, trying to tackle from around the Brazilian number 10, but clearly caught the heels first. We're seeing our first changes of this game. It's Gudelj of Serbia who is the first player to make way, as is Zivkovic, so it's a double change for the Serbs. I'm trying to work out who it is that is coming on. We've got a number 24. Haven't quite worked out the name there. Looks like it's Ilic that is coming on, and Radonjic as well, who is coming on, the number 7. So double change there. Any surprises with those changes?
Well, there's absolutely no surprise that Godelli's gone off after that crunching yellow card tackle. And when you're a centre mid, especially against Brazil, who have seen so much of the ball in the final third, I wonder if that was a strike from range then. I don't know who that was from Brazil on the halfway line trying to catch Milinkovic-Savic out. But when you're a centre midfielder, backs against the walls, you can't be on a yellow card with essentially a full half to go. So it was the right decision made to take him off. I've seen Nemanja Radonjic on a few occasions. He previously played for Marseille as well. He now applies his trade for Torino. It's a rare for all forward for Serbia. If they can get the cross right from Tadic, looking for at the back post. I think it was the other substitute, was it not? Making a late run into the area. In the end, Alexandro has to clear. It was Nemanja Radonjic who was trying to pounce on a potential header. Got to be careful now, Brazil from a corner. They've dominated the game in terms of possession and attacking. It only takes one set piece to change all that.
Yes, and well, the players brought on, Radonjic, this is his 37th appearance, so he's already had a fair bit of experience in international football. Maybe Ivan Ilic could be a little bit of a surprise. 21 years old, his 7th appearance for his country, applies his trade for Hellas Verona in Serie A. Can he make a name for himself for his country in this tournament as Tadic puts the ball into the area, headed up rather than away? It will almost fall cut into Mitrovic, well dealt with by Marquinhos. Fantastic defending by the Brazilian. In fact, it was actually Lucas Paqueta that beat Mitrovic not once but not twice in the air there. So throw in for Serbia on the far left-hand side. They still yet to test Alisson in the Brazil goal or have a shot in anger going wide or over. Here's Ilic. That's a lovely pass to find Milinkovic-Savic, who holds off Paqueta. His pass is blocked. Will it be kept in play? It will not. It might have come off Milinkovic-Savic last. It has. That will be a goal kick for Brazil. An opportunity for them to clear their lines. They're getting decent amount of possession, and I feel like the set pieces, your corners, your free kicks, and mainly just crosses into the area, that's going to be the area for Serbia to actually exploit, considering their physicality is probably they're a bigger side essentially than Brazil.
And we've highlighted, haven't we? We've listed the heights of some players. Of course, Sergej Milinkovic-Savic is certainly an aerial threat, being 6'4". Mitrovic is just a wonderful striker if he's on your team, of course, a nuisance for defenders, using his strength and whatnot, but the crosses just haven't been on the money. There haven't been too many. So when you get one, you've really got to make it count. Here comes Alexandro with a strike from distance, hits the post, it crashes off the post, the inside of the post, in fact, and it's still with Brazil at the moment with the other fullback, Danilo, looking to the back stick where Vinicius Jr. is waiting. Vanja Milinkovic-Savic was completely beaten on that one. A thunderous effort from Brazil's left-back. We've said that there have been a plethora of left-backs in their history, not least someone that could strike from range, Roberto Carlos. Alexandro might not be known for that one, but what an effort that is.
That is a fantastic strike by Alexandro. So much pace and power behind it. The keeper's not getting there if it's on target. I think it might actually squirm just underneath his arm. But it cannons off the post before falling to Brazil, and they couldn't quite make the attack count. Just thinking back at this World Cup so far, well, a fair few high-scoring games and a load of excitement. I don't think we've yet seen too many sort of amazing goals. Probably the best one that I can actually think of is maybe Gavi's effort on the half volley in their 7-0 win over Costa Rica, as the ball intending for Rafinha is easily gathered by the Serbian goalkeeper. But that probably would have been the most likely, if not the best goal of the tournament, if it did end up in the back of the net.
It certainly would have been. I think the other one I can think of, whilst it was just about inside the area, was Aldosari's for Saudi Arabia when they took the lead against Argentina. That was a fantastic curling effort into the far corner. From a defender, I know that certainly fullbacks, especially in the modern age, are so capable of obviously being technical with the ball, but they've got a fair strike on them as well. That was a great effort from Alexandro. As I said, the keeper was beaten, but the post wasn't, unfortunately for him.
Long ball by the goalkeeper, tried by Mitrovic, headed away by Thiago Silva, falls to Marquinhos. Now support with Alexandro. Little over an hour gone in this game, listening to unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Brazil 0, Serbia 0. Brazil, if they are still struggling for goals, have a plethora of attacking talents to bring on if they needs be. Players you might be familiar with, the likes of Gabriel Jesus, Antony, Real Madrid's Rodrigo, of course Arsenal's Gabriel Martinelli, who's only had 3 games for his country at the young age of 21. Maybe even Bruno Guimaraes, the Newcastle midfielder, could enter the field of play at some point. He's got 1 goal in 8 games so far for his country. Here's Rafinha on the right-hand side, away from Mladenovic. Lovely play, finding Neymar. Heavy touch by the Brazilian number 10. The clearance is made, can't find Mitrovic, and Serbia are camped inside their own area, let alone their own half. As Casemiro finds Neymar, he gets away from one. Lovely dribbling by him. Neymar tries to get a shot away. He stands him up, then falls. Vinicius, fantastic save, falls to the rebound to Richarlison, and there is the opening goal for Brazil. It is the number 9, the Tottenham Hotspur forward, Richarlison. That's in the right place at the right time to convert from close range, and you can't say that hadn't been coming.
Oh, it hasn't, but Richarlison, he's been so isolated all game. We so often think that with lone strikers. But as soon as he gets that opportunity, he takes it with aplomb. It's brilliant poacher play, really, because it's a fierce effort from Vinicius Junior, well saved by Milinkovic-Savic. It's a good palm away, so it comes at Richarlison at quite some pace. It's great reactions to just get any touch on it, because he's sort of got the whole goal to aim at. The keeper's down from that previous dive, but it's still work to do for Richarlison. It's by no means a tap-in, as we just see the replay on it here. Yeah, he just has to stick his shin out in the end. The ball's almost going past him. It's gone past Pavlovic, but not past Richarlison. It's good reactions from him to thunder it into the back of the net. And it's been coming after the hour mark. The deadlock's broken. Full marks to Brazil for their attacking players. For Serbia now, they've got to change something at least in the final third.
Yeah, they need to offer something going forward, which they really haven't done so far in this game. They've only named 3 forwards in their entire World Cup squad. They're starting one in the form of Alexander Mitrovic. They've got good other talents in the form of Luka Jovic and Dusan Vlahovic. But then apart from that, you're looking at more of attacking midfielders, maybe likes of Filip Kostic, to come on to help change the game. But here's an opportunity maybe for Serbia to come forward with the number 7 in Radonjic. Cleared away by the experienced Marquinhos, and then Tadic is down the deck holding his head. No foul awarded, and then there's a foul given away by the number 24, Ilic, and actually it might have been Lukic. There's definitely been a yellow card shown, but Tadic still down on the deck, clutching maybe the back of his head / upper neck. Still waiting for confirmation of who it is that's been shown this yellow card. Is it a bit unfair on the Serbs there, or is it a definite yellow? And it looks like it has gone to Sasa Lukic.
Well, it has gone to Lukic. I wouldn't be surprised if someone on the Serbian bench gets a yellow card. There's about 10 of them that just raced off of their seats to run at the referee. Of course, they wanted a free kick. We're just seeing a replay now. It's a palm from Casemiro and sort of shoves into the back of the neck. I think it is a foul because Casemiro's had to go through Tadic really to win that ball. Referee hasn't seen it. There's fury on the bench of the Serbs, and after all that, which only just makes it more frustrating, as Brazil ended themselves a free kick.
Yeah, of course. Well, looking at the Serbian bench at the moment, I can see Darko Lazovic ready to come on. I think Dusan Vlahovic is about to come on as well, so they're going to enter a few more attacking talents to try and help change the game in their favour, to try and put as little strain on their final group game against Switzerland as possible. It is Sasa Lukic that is making way, as is Mladenovic. So, by my calculations, that is an entirely new midfield 4 that's now onto the field of play.
Well, you said there's only 3 attackers in the whole squad, so they've got plenty of midfielders to choose from. So you'd imagine.
Is one of them coming on.
Well, there you go. Yeah, he's going to be. Well, that's the 2 up top now, and what a talented striker he is as well.
Yeah.
But essentially having a whole new midfield, they've got that at their disposal with so many midfielders in the 25-man squad. Fresh legs in the attacking third at least. Bombing forward now on that far-hand side. Danilo does brilliantly to dispossess the Serbian man. But at least the change has been forced because they've, of course, gone 1 goal down. But at least for the neutral, that should mean a far more exciting remainder of this game. So we should be thankful that Richarlison got the goal.
Yes, of course. It should hopefully make things a little bit more interesting as the game goes on. Still have around 24 minutes of the mandatory 90 plus any added on time for stoppages, which, considering we've already had 4 substitutes and a goal, I think that already puts it as a bare minimum 5 minutes added on, as Milinkovic-Savic, the goalkeeper for Serbia, sets off Verkovic. Serbia will look to try and make their way further up the field. Verkovic finds Pavlovic. Now on the left is Radonjic. Over towards Tadic, back towards a number 7, misplaced pass now with Richarlison, finding Neymar, and there's a 2-on-1 here. Neymar supporting Vinicius Junior, if he can be found. That's another brilliant bit of defending, this time by Milenkovic. Then Vinicius still holds on to it. Vinicius with the opportunity, and then that's a rather comical slip right at the death. And feet overhead, really, from Vinicius, who did really well to recover and keep the attack going, but couldn't quite get the required shot away.
Well, he's not going to be happy with the sprinklers that have been on the pitch, because it's just at the crucial moment he pulls the trigger and his standing leg just totally gives way in the end. He just scuffs that shot so wide of the mark, but what a ball from Rafinha to get that going. It was a 3-on-2 scenario for Brazil, and Richarlison peeled off for whatever reason. Neymar couldn't get it off to Vinicius the first time of asking. The second ball came to the Real Madrid winger, just fell at the wrong time, but what a ball. And with Serbia committing so many men forward now, I mean, you're looking when they're in possession there, it's almost like a 4-1-4-1 now. A lot more players in attack, so it's going to be a lot easier for Brazil if they want to go on the counter to make passes like that.
Yeah, I just wonder if Serbia have also moved to a back 4 as Milenkovic goes towards number 24 in Ilic, now with Pavlovic. Pavlovic finding support in Dusan Tadic. Serbia really are trying to get players further forward, yet to have a shot in anger though in this game, but the further forward they get, the more chances they're surely going to be able to create to actually test the Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson Becker, as Radonjic gets a cross in, well dealt with by Casemiro at the near post in the end, setting out for a corner kick, and it's an opportunity for the big boys to get into the area for Serbia. This could be a real area of promise for them if a good delivery can be put in, and that is the real key here. It's got to find a man in red. Looks like, by my calculations, that's 6 players in the area to aim for Serbia. Ball put into the areas. Pavlovic's header. First shot for Serbia goes comfortably over.
69 minutes into the game, it's their first shot. At least they're trying now. Better late than never, I suppose. But the cross is better, because we've mentioned the crosses haven't been on the money for Serbia at the moment. Finally, at least they get one that creates an opportunity. But it's good pressure from Brazil's captain, Thiago Silva, in the end. And he just doesn't get on top of the ball, Pavlovic, resulting in it headed him quite comfortably over the crossbar. Alisson has not been tested with that first shot, of course, but he's not seen a lot of the ball, which I'm sure he'll be delighted with. The clean sheet is still intact for now, but we can expect Serbia to come forward a lot more often.
Yeah, by the looks of things, they've changed to a 4-2-3-1 formation. Vlahovic playing on the right-hand wing, and he's got the possession here after Milenkovic makes the tackle. It's a heavy touch, though, by Dusan Vlahovic, and then rather cynically fouls Thiago Silva. I think that will go out for... No, it's not going to be a free kick. It's going to be a corner kick. Well, Vlahovic's done really well to win that after it was his error. That gifted possession straight back to Brazil. So opportunity once again for Serbia will be Dusan Tadic, the captain, to deliver. Needs another good delivery like the last. Tadic, ball into the area, gets towards the back post, just about cleared away. The ball flicked back in. Marquinhos makes the clearance. Vlahovic goes for the audacious overhead kick. Then the effort comes by Lazovic, goes comfortably wide, and the attack breaks down. But Serbia were very, very close to scoring there. I don't think a Serbian player actually touched it until it fell to Lazovic on the edge, though.
Oh,
apart Sergei
yeah, when he eventually, there was like 3 Brazilian touches before that. They make an absolute meal of it to the South American side. A few corners, and all of a sudden they're panicking. It's the height of Serbia. Whilst they didn't get a touch on it, they're just putting Brazil under pressure now with the defenders, and it gets cleared out to the box. They have a pot shot from range to Serbia, comes to nothing. But these corners are looking threatening now.
Yeah, really, really threatening. I'm sure Brazil will try and make their way further up the field to make sure that does not be a regular occurrence. We are past the halfway point of this second half. It is Brazil 1, Serbia 0, and it will be Ben White that will take us through to full time.
Thank you, Will. There's certainly a lot of life in this game now as Serbia trying to get back into their game. They're forward again here with Alexander Mitrovic, and outside of the boot cross doesn't pay off. It's blocked by Lucas Paquetá. Kindly into the hands of Alisson. I'm sure he'll be wanting to hold on to the ball just to regroup the players ahead of him. A bit startled after going in front, thanks to that strike from Richarlison. 10 or so minutes ago. Tite, the Brazilian manager, demonstrating with his players. He'll be happy overall with the performance. I'm sure he wouldn't mind a second goal in this one to just see it off.
Yes, definitely so. The longer it stays 1-0, the longer you think Serbia are going to believe they can get that elusive goal to get back on level terms. But there's gaps to exploit for Brazil. They just need to do it effectively.
And there's gaps here now with Neymar. It's a poor ball, looking for Lucas Paquetá. So heavy. It hasn't been Neymar's game really. We say it's so unlike him. Maybe he's misperforming. So, not to forget for the Brazilian number 10 at the moment. He had a chance to get on the ball there. This time it was Vinicius Junior giving the ball away. Sloppy in possession Brazil. They're certainly startled with the, well, perhaps the change in formation from Serbia. Going to that back four, allowing for more men to run up front. Sergej Milinkovic-Savic certainly will be one of those wanting to get his team back into this one. As it stands, it would, of course, be on 0 points alongside Cameroon, who fell to a 1-0 defeat to Switzerland earlier on. Tite is going to make a substitution of his own now. There'll be one in midfield. Fred, the Manchester United's midfielder, looking to come on. Could be for Lucas Paquetá. Of course, he was nursing an injury a few minutes ago. Serbia lumping it forward to nobody. Alexandro can pounce on that ball, and acres of space for Vinicius and Neymar to pass it between each other. Up against the recent substitutes now. Vinicius outside of the boost to Richarlison, goes for the spectacular, and what a spectacular goal that is from the number 9. The first touch was impressive, but how about the second, the clinical one, the overhead strike? It's a wonderful effort from Brazil's number 9. Testament to the number 9s they've seen over the decades. He's got his second goal of the game, and what a goal.
Wow, I'm in absolute shock, Ben. That's an unbelievable finish by Richarlison, who, like you mentioned for the first goal, he's barely had a sniff in this game, but he picks it up from Vinicius, and it's a difficult ball to deal with. The cross from Vinicius Junior, one touch in the air to set himself up, and before the ball can effectively drop, he produces a moment of sheer magic. Scissor kick, rifles into the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner, I should say. No chance for the goalkeeper, Milinkovic-Savic, whatsoever, and I think that might now be the best goal of the tournament.
Oh, yeah, we were only just talking about it a few minutes ago. I mean, from the first touch of Richarlison, you just knew he was going to attempt it, but to actually expect it to go in, he's full of quality as Richarlison. He's had a few injuries in his debut season with Tottenham, but on the international stage, he has always delivered. He got the third goal for Brazil in the 2019 Copa America final from the penalty spot to give them the trophy. But here in the 2022 World Cup, he has set Brazil alight. And now Brazil will make that change. It's Paquetá to come off for Fred. Fred's giving a round of applause, well, either to Paquetá or to Richarlison for what was an unbelievable effort from the number 9. Brazilian fans full of voice yet again. What a sort of response to Serbia's response that was from Brazil. It's backs to the walls at the moment for the Canarinho. But what a way to answer that pressure from Serbia with a second goal. Richarlison's second of the game. It looks like Tite is going to make another substitution. Rodrigo Goes is coming on for his Real Madrid teammate, Vinicius Junior. His race is run for this one, with victory likely in the bag. I say that, nothing is certain in this World Cup, but 2 goals to the good with only a quarter of an hour left in this one. Incidentally, that brace for Richarlison puts him on to 19 goals in a Brazilian shirt in only his 39th cap. That's almost a goal every 2 games, which for a striker, I think is sort of the barometer of success. But on an international stage, that's even more impressive.
Oh yeah, it really, really is, and Richarlison is making that striker position his own. It's a position that they've really struggled to fill ever since Ronaldo retired. Obviously, in the 2014 World Cup, they had Fred in that position. They tried to utilise maybe Firmino there on a couple of occasions. I always think he's better as a centre forward or a cam rather than an out-and-out striker. And he's keeping Gabriel Jesus, who's having a fantastic season for Arsenal, out from the starting lineup as well. And I think what that is not necessarily down to his ability from his talent perspective, because we know he's got a great finishing ability and he's got a great first touch, but that's what a lot of Brazilian players have. I think what really puts him ahead is his work rate.
Here's Rodrigo Goes looking for, well, Richarlison scored a spectacular goal. I think Rodrigo was trying to get Sweet volley on that connection. In the end, it was cleared by Serbia. Just about get the ball back under their spell is Dusan Vlahovic, riding the challenge of Rodrigo, but not Casemiro. And again, they're just hounded out by Brazil. High press was maybe more evident in the first half, but it's back again in the second. Here's Rodrigo Goes, the recent substitute, getting into the area, looking to pull the trigger. Great tackle from the number 4, Milenkovic. He is furious with his teammate. Fullback Darko Lazovic for, well, he was a leisurely pace really was Livakovic. In the end, almost gifted the chance for Brazil to get their third of the game. I mentioned that Richarlison has an impressive rate for Brazil. Let's not forget Neymar's 75 goals in 122 appearances. He's only 2 behind the all-time leader. Of course, no surprise there, it is the legendary Pelé. He's of course only 20 caps behind, becoming the highest in Brazil's history as well. Cafu at the moment is on 142. Neymar enters this competition, or at least starts this game, with cap number 122. But I think it was Neymar, in fact, he's just gone down after just mentioning his record. Big concern for Brazil. He is looking for the attention of the physios. I don't know if he's just he's taken the tape off his boots, which normally suggests he expects his match to be up. Assume that the next substitution Brazil make will see Neymar go off. The physios are now on. I don't know what that's come from, really. It's always a concern when a player goes down, not really under a tough challenge. There is another substitution being made by Brazil. It's not going to be Neymar first. It's going to be who is the difference maker at the moment. Richarlison, Brazil's number 9. 2 great goals. First one, a fantastic poacher's effort. But a second, a contender for goal of the tournament. He goes off for another Premier League Brazilian striker in Gabriel Jesus, of course, playing for the league leaders Arsenal at the moment. There's a lot of Premier League talent in the Brazilian squad. There's plenty in defence, midfield and attack. Just going back to Neymar, it's a bit of a concern that he has gone down holding his ankle, I think it was. We're just seeing another replay of this goal from Richarlison. A fantastic effort. The first touch and then the strike sort of sends it sort of back where the cross came from. So Milenkovic-Savic has absolutely no chance to clamber back to that near post. What a goal.
I think he controls it with his left and then shoots with his right, which makes it even more impressive.
He's got talent with both feet, hasn't he, Richarlison? Has proven with the touch and finish. Yeah, Neymar has also come off. He's gone off on his own volition, as it were, in the sense he's walking without the assistance of the physios. Antony on in his place, another Premier League player. So many of them. Is it, well, more than double figures in the squad that do ply their trade in the Premier League at the moment. And here's one of the first involvements for them. Out further wide now is Rafinha, one of the attackers that has remained on the field. In fact, the only one of the front 4 to still be on the pitch. The overlap from Danilo back into Rafinha. Under pressure from Milenkovic-Savic, and they just about get it cleared of Serbia. Second goals seemingly took the wind out of their sails in what was an attempt to get back into this one. Here's Antony, one of his first few touches to Alexandro now. Brazil will be glad that they finally got their goals. And, well, I'll ask that in a second, because Antony tries to get onto this one. I think it runs out in the end for a goal kick. They'll be glad and relieved, maybe, that this match is... should be a corner, in fact. The last touch is off of Lazovic. Goal kick is given. The relief will be there for Brazil. Touted on paper, I suppose, as favourites for this tournament. There's always going to be extra pressure that you've got to prove to people that you are in contention to win what would be a 6th World Cup title and keep your place at the top of the tree in the historical standings. There's a long way to go, but positive signs are there after this one.
Yeah, really, really positive as Fred comes forward and finds Rafinha. I'll give him my opinion very, very soon, but the attack is still on here for Brazil as the shot comes in from Casemiro. Oh, it's off the crossbar. They've hit now the post and the crossbar. They're getting so close. And, well, Serbia are just inviting this pressure, aren't they?
They are. From the moment that Casemiro struck that ball, it looked like it was destined.
You were celebrating.
I put my hands up already. It just looked like one of those that was already going in. Crossbar preventing Brazil from a third. Still in possession. They look so comfortable on the face of it. Only that narrow scare from giving a goal up. Apart from that, Brazil have been totally dominant. Tite will be delighted with the performance of his players, and they'll come forward again here. Rodrigo Goiš on the edge of the area into Fred. The layoff back to Rodrigo. Good save. Milinkovic-Savic. He's a busy man at the moment. It's the Serbian keeper. It's carried only as far as Rafinha into Danilo now. Casemiro looking to flick it further forward. Comes instead back to Rodrigo. Danilo. Rafinha hugging the far touchline. Mladenovic and Radonjic it is, having to mark the Barcelona winger. Reverse ball from Fred, looking for the feet of Gabriel Jesus. He goes down rather softly in the end. There's a little bit of a shove from the number 4 Milinkovic, but he's just using his strength more than anything. See the replay of Casemiro's effort. It's a great effort. It's placed more than power. Just a bit too much height on it as it crashes off the crossbar. So yeah, what are your thoughts about their first performance in a tournament that they are touted as favourites? But there's nothing certain.
No, nothing certain by any stretch of the imagination. And simply, whenever you come over to me, there's an opportunity for Brazil, as Fred has an effort.
It just shows how relentless they are going forward.
It really does. Fred's shot there, parried out for a corner kick by the goalkeeper. But I've got to say, the defending from Serbia over the past 5-10 minutes has been absolutely woeful. But I'll rather rush my opinion now, so at least we have an opportunity to get this question done. It's been a very convincing performance from Brazil. I've been very, very impressed with them against what shaped up to be a very, very difficult opposition. And they've dealt with it very, very comfortably. So it's almost flawless from them.
Corner taken quickly by Brazil. The feet of Anthony. Now, there was a substitution made by Serbia in between that corner kick. Alexander Mitrovic came off. I'm not sure who came on. I think it was the number 6, Nemanja Maksimovic. As the ball comes in, looking for Gabriel Jesus. Punched clear by Milinkovic-Savic, being 2-0 down. And I think in the end, Gabriel Jesus was in an offside position. Respite for Serbia. I mean, that change is so sort of a testament to what has happened in these final 10 or so minutes. Taking an attacker off and bringing a midfielder on after you brought on Dusan Vlahovic for a midfielder. So you committed to those two strikers up top. Hasn't necessarily worked, and the numbers prove it. Brazil have had 22 attempts on goal. Serbia only 3. They will come forward here with Radonjic on the far side, and it's just not worked for Serbia all day. Radonjic just runs out of room. It goes out for a goal kick for Brazil. Of course, as it stands, they would be bottom of this group, given that when teams are on the same amount of points, it is adjudged by goal difference. It's good pressure in the end from Milinkovic. He gets a shot away, blocked by Thiago Silva. Alisson tries to keep it from going for a corner. It does go for a set piece for the Orlovi. And, well, they certainly made a nuisance of themselves from corners 20 or so minutes ago. It's a chance for them to make the most of this one to at least half the deficit. And going into a game that, whilst it only has 5 minutes left, we never know how much added time will be made. Dusan Tadic whips it in, the outswinger looking for Pavlovic, cleared well by Marquinhos. Trying to be hooked back in by Serbia, comes to nothing in the end, and here comes yet another Brazilian counter-attack. Anthony with Rodrigo for help. Instead goes back to Casemiro. To Alexandro now. Well, on the face of it, you'd assume that the victory is wrapped up for Brazil. They are on quite a positive run at the moment when it comes to group stages. They're unbeaten in their last 15 World Cup group stage matches, winning 12 of those, drawing 3. That will make that 16 at the end of this one, if the result is to say the same. It shows that getting out of the groups isn't the problem. It's just that in recent tournaments, when it comes to that knockout style, Gabriel Jesus has just broken the run of the Serbian back line. Chance to run at Pavlovic, a few step overs from the Arsenal man, fizzes it into an area to poor ball, cleared by Veljakovic. Into Brazilian possession. But it's just that knockout round that always proves it's only 90 minutes or 120 minutes to separate a team from being eliminated and going to the next round. It just shows that you've got to take it by game basis, and that any form you create in a group stage isn't really relevant.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it has opportunity comes in for Rodrigo going quite comfortably over in the end. But yeah, I mean, like you say, that they've always been pretty confident and comfortable in the group stage areas But I think in those games when they face sort of really decent opposition, the issue that I've always found for Brazil is sort of twofold. One is that they're a very, very tricky side. If you can nullify the tricks, they don't really have a plan B. And also, because they're a tricky side, they have a certain style and physicality of player. And if you can just bully them and muscle them off the ball, you're always going to have, or not to that 10, you're going to have the better of them. And that, for the majority of the time, is what European football is about. So if they don't have sort of mercurial talent in every single position, they come up short against European sides.
Well, I mentioned only a few minutes ago that Arsenal's Brazilian talent in Gabriel Jesus came on as a substitute. Another one of Mikel Arteta's men has come onto the field in the shape of the number 26, Gabriel Martinelli. So he's on a very it's a fantastic season at the moment for him and the Gunners. Remains to be seen whether they can hold on to that lead at the top of the Premier League once the World Cup is over. Here is Martinelli, a chance to run at Maksimovic, the recent Serbian substitute, gets into the area, cuts it back, looking for his Arsenal teammate Gabriel Jesus. Serbia just about deal with it at the back. Just going back to the performances in recent World Cups, of course they had the quarter-final. Well, since winning in 2002 as a shot from Anthony goes high and wide over Milinkovic-Savic's crossbar. After being champions in 2002, they haven't got beyond the quarter-finals on more than one occasion. They only got to that semi-final in 2014 as the host nation, losing to Germany, of course. In the other three, always falling at the quarter-finals. So it seems to get past the round of 16 on every occasion. But when it gets to that final 8, I'm sure they'll be hoping for this edition, at least, they can get just that bit further. I think one of the possibilities, I know that Argentina, of course, lost in their match against Saudi Arabia. I think one of the possibilities is if these two teams were to carry on, they would meet in the semi-final. And what a semi-final that would be between two bitter South American rivals. Here's Danilo looking for a cross towards the back post. It's a chance for Gabriel Martinelli. I think in the end the referee, the Iranian Alireza Fagani, is given a free kick to Serbia for a shove on the back of Lazovic. Soft one in the end, but regardless, the ball wasn't goal bound. Still showing Brazil's intent to score so many more.
Yeah, I mean, Martinelli, ever since he's come onto the field, has just had so much drive and belief in his own ability and has caused havoc down this left-hand side. I think Brazil, the rest of the players are just wanting to play the ball around and maybe see out the clock. Not Martinelli, though. He's wanting to get himself on the score sheet, or at least increase the lead further and put far more gloss on the performance.
Here's Fred now. Again, deep inside Serbian territory, where the ball has been for the majority of this second half. Incidentally, the two Brazilians playing for Arsenal have scored the same amount of goals in the Premier League, 5 apiece for Jesus and Martinelli. Well, Jesus has it all, really. Not only does he have 5 goals, but 6 assists as well, showing he has that creative spark, even as a number 9. There's always that debate about whether he should start ahead of Richarlison. Supposedly, it's so rare for Brazil to see them have 2 strikers up top, but they've got 2 talented players in there that really are always going to have a debate of who should start. Richarlison, of course, he always performs under Tite. I think he's the favoured striker and has been for a number of years. 7 minutes have been added on to the end of this one. Full marks to anyone that could have guessed that. I didn't even ask for your guess in the end. Mine certainly wouldn't have been 7. There hasn't been too many stoppages. I know that there was a slight injury to Neymar. It's just been the goals and the substitutes that have ticked the clock away.
Yeah, to be honest, I think I would have gone for 5. So even if I did bother get my guess out, it was still would have been wrong. But yeah, 7 extra minutes, 7 long minutes for Serbia. Unless I can get a surprise goal in the next minute or so, could make things a little bit nervy for Brazil. But at the moment, it looks pretty comfortable for the home. Well, I say home side, for the side on the left of the scoreline at least.
Well, there's plenty of fans of both persuasion in the stands. You can see a sea of not only yellow, but a sea of red, especially behind the goal that Serbia are attacking at the moment. They just haven't been able to make the most of the opportunities they have had. Ball into the box from Dusan Tadic. Alisson comes to claim it, goes over the gloves of the Liverpool goalkeeper. It's with Milinkovic now, under pressure from Gabriel Martinelli. It's a poor touch from the Fiorentina defender. Out for a throw-in for Brazil. Incidentally, Dusan Tasic celebrated his 34th birthday on the opening day of this World Cup. Certainly doesn't seem 34 years of age. He's still a wonderful talent. I say talent, he's a wonderful player who performs so often, so brilliantly for Ajax and for Serbia. Just a player down in the box for Brazil after that ball into the area. There's a collision between Alexandro and Alisson. Both of them making a bit of a meal of it. But in the end, it's just the sort of clinical nature. We've mentioned the strikers that they have in Mitrovic, Vlahovic, and of course Luka Jovic. 3 thoughts a second, because Gabriel Martinelli is going to try and get past Pavlovic. Falls kindly to Gabriel Jesus, into Martinelli now. Chance to run at Milenkovic, into Gabriel Jesus now. That's a heavy touch. Can't get it under his spell, cleared comfortably by Serbia. Danilo is going to ask for the game to be paused. It looks like he's pulling up with either a bit of cramp, or maybe even worse, a hamstring injury. Staying on his feet. He did pull up there, Danilo. I'm surprised that he didn't want the ball to go out of play. Just looking a bit sheepish on that far side, whilst the ball is on the other side of the pitch. Fred looking for Martinelli on that left-hand side, comfortably dealt with by Serbia. Maybe it's not the issue of the clinical nature, because it's not something that it's something you're born with almost, isn't it, for strikers? You either have it or you don't. And I think maybe the issue is sort of the bit behind that, where they need to create more opportunities, because Mitrovic hasn't had a sniff. We said that Richarlison didn't, and then he conjures up 2 things out of nowhere. But Mitrovic has had even less. And of course he's off the pitch now. He'll be frustrated with maybe his team's performance for not giving him enough service. All in all, for Serbia, it's just been one to forget.
Yeah, it's a performance that somewhat lacked belief at times. They sat back, invited pressure, and with the way that they were set up, it's been really, really easy for Brazil to carve them open. Brazil really should be about 5-0 up, if we're being brutally honest. It hasn't been a good performance from Serbia, but they're not going to face Brazil week in, week out. It is a difficult group they have. Switzerland is not going to be an easy contest, and based on the performance that they put in against the Swiss, Cameroon won't be a pushover either. So they have a lot of work to do if they are going to get out of this group.
Still 3 minutes left in this one. Of course, Brazil have already made all 5 of their substitutions. We've just seen Anthony sort of having to go as an emergency fullback, with Danilo going a bit more narrow. He's still limping. Is the Brazilian right back deciding to stay on the pitch for the remaining minutes rather than Tite's men going down to 10 men. Here's Rodrigo now, using all of his pace, the young winger, bursting past the back line of Serbia, looks into the area for Gabriel Jesus, who'd made the run to the back post. Ball didn't go off the surface, comfortably cleared again by Serbia. Will come again, Brazil, ending this match certainly on a high. Here is Jesus. Anthony now back into Danilo, who I imagine has been instructed not really to move at all. Maybe just the only move he needs to make is to keep the defensive line. Seen him in this game bombing it up and down the wing in that fullback position. He's looking a bit more rigid now. Here's Martinelli. Chance to run again at Lazovic. He's had so much freedom on this left-hand side since coming on. It's a loose ball. Comes kindly for Serbia. We're throwing for the Orlovi. The scoreline's only 2-0. It doesn't tell the tale of the dominance that Brazil have had. We've seen a lot of results already in this World Cup that have been high scoring. Of course, England 6-2 against Iran, Spain 7-0 against Costa Rica. I'm not saying that Serbia have had such a terrible performance as that, but they've got 2 very important fixtures coming up next. I mean, the next one for them to come is against Cameroon, before they then have to play against Switzerland in the final match. 2 games they need to win if they want to progress to the knockout rounds. There's not been a lot of positives for them, but is that maybe just testament to how strong Brazil have been?
Yeah, I think it is, to be honest. We can say Serbia have played poorly, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why Brazil are one of the favourites to win this tournament. It's because they have that amount of attacking talent, and they're gelling as a team as well. That it's almost an entirely different beast to what we've seen in the last maybe 3 or 4 World Cups. They're a side really to be reckoned with, and I mean, considering they've brought, what I'm counting, maybe 9 9 forwards that were named in the 26-man squad, plus obviously what they can do like from wing-backs and in the midfield as well. There's so much attacking talent, and it's going to be very hard to nullify every single one of them.
Only 30 seconds left in this one. We just saw on unofficial feed Richarlison enjoying himself on the bench with Danny Alves, almost as he instructed the cameraman to put the lens on them to do. It was a rather bizarre handshake, but he'll be delighted. 2 goals to his name. Of course, that puts him essentially ranked joint first in the top scorers list at the moment with a number of players in this match day 1 of the 2022 World Cup. Here comes Serbia, last chance for them to come forward. Here's Ilic, now to Radonjic on the far side, marked by Anthony. He cuts inside, pulls the trigger, well blocked in the end by Casemiro. They look so solid in defence, and the referee Alireza Fagani does blow for the full-time whistle. It's been a dominant display by Brazil. The scoreboard will suggest it has been headlined by one man, Brazil's number 9 Richarlison, who's got both goals, the second of which was a wonderful scissor kick that is certainly in contention for one of the goals of the tournament. Brazil looking very easy on the eye, as they so often do in World Cup tournaments. A fantastic start for them. It's finished Brazil 2, Serbia 0.
EBE zone 11.121. Determine A the relative velocity of B, point B the velocity of A, point C the change in position of C with respect to B during a 5-minute homework problem. Step 1. Given data VC given E equal to 375 kilometer per hour. VC given B equal to 400 kilometer per hour. Result. The final result will be for A and B and C. For point A, VB given E equal to 405.175 kilometer per hour, angle 11.526. For point B, V sub A equal to 379.057 kilometer per hour, angle 76.174 degree. For point C, delta RC given B equal to 100 kilometers. Thanks for watching EBE Zone.